Need one more vote.
Whatever
We're gonna go to the meeting first, though.
Commissioners, the meeting is live.
Open the meeting so we can close it.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to the March 9th meeting of the Board of Raleigh County Commissioners. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, any public comment today? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to commission comments. Commissioner Ford?
Yes, Thursday afternoon, had a meeting with some members from Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce, discussing a possible project that may be taking place over in the K-18 airport corridor and possible county involvement in that process should it actually take place. Still working on some details as that gets figured out. They may or may not be coming in to chat with us at that time. Also on Thursday, and I need to pull up my notes on this, did have the monthly meeting of the Raleigh County Mental Health Task Force. I didn't catch all of the meeting because I was in the other meeting, but got most of it on Zoom. Had some community partner updates. They talked about the Stepping Up Raleigh County initiative, the one that Audra gave its presentation on last week, and how that may fit into some other plans and other community response. Also talked about coordinated response for homeless services here around the area. Also got some MAPCO information and continued to discuss some current community concerns and challenges from around the area. This is still kind of a task force that's still kind of reshaping itself or remodeling itself here still. So adding some community partners, discussing which ones those should be and shouldn't be, and still kind of having that dialogue as well. We didn't meet last month, so kind of catching up on that from earlier in the year, I suppose. And then on Friday morning, I did have a meeting with some members over at the Manhattan Trust Company. Just wanted to discuss some county related things, reorganization, just some things in general. Had pretty good dialogue there, and weekend was pretty quiet. I'm not enjoying this time change at all. I don't know why, but it's got me thrown completely off for some reason. So it'll take a week or so to adjust, I guess. You wouldn't think an hour would do that, but yeah, anyway. So maybe it's time we just leave it.
Yeah.
Instead of changing it back and forth. I don't see what the purpose is for it anymore. So
It keeps getting earlier. Now it's in March.
well, it's been in March for a while now.
But
We're about the last decade or so. It used to be in April, yeah, but I don't know. Federal government allows you to disengage from that if you want to, but you have to stay on daylight savings time or something. So I think Arizona and Hawaii don't take
Just
place.
change Riley County from everybody else.
Yeah.
We'll be
Right.
the rest of the state.
Have a different time, yeah. That would be interesting, for sure, but it would just be nice to have one single standard time instead of switching back and forth. My body would appreciate that. So that's all I've got this morning.
Commissioner McKinley.
Okay, well, Friday was a pre-law board meeting where we set the agenda for the next meeting, went over, had a few things we discussed and some modifications to the agenda. The weekend was spent working around the house, watched a couple of K-State basketball games and predictable results. And the women played great and just ran out of 4 games in 4 days. In the fourth quarter, you could see they were just,
Yeah.
but they played great. Hope they get in the right tournament.
It just peaked too late.
Yeah.
They produced the game.
Yeah. There's a new one I had never heard of, the WBIT,
Yeah.
which the NCAA, this is the 3rd year for it, and I'd never heard of it. But the first few rounds were played at home team, you know, with higher seeds. So hopefully we'll get another couple of games at home. And the finals for that are in Wichita for that tournament. Yeah.
Okay, is that it? Let's see, Thursday afternoon. Sorry, I went over to the UPS distribution center, took a while to find it. Several times to locate a package sent by my daughter that's missing. It's not been delivered and it's apparently just gone, so. It wasn't any fun, I didn't get a lot of answers, but. Friday, I attended a pre-law board meeting to discuss the upcoming March 16th meeting. We moved in and modified several agenda items. Also under discussion of the ways to plan for large upcoming expenditures and the so-called slush fund. They are planning to hire 2 animal control officers. One is in place and the other should be hired soon. So it'll be 2 instead of 3. Which was interesting news. Saturday, several friends and I celebrated with Steve Smothers for his birthday. We went over to the paid reservations and went to the Brookfield Hotel in Abilene. But it was closed for maintenance. So it wasn't on the webpage or anything. So anyway, we ended up going back to Junction City to the Italian restaurant. So it's kind of a nice trip to Abilene. But anyway, we had a good visit and have lots to eat. And they really have good food. Sunday afternoon, went over today's agenda and documents, checked in with our county counselor, a few items. Also did some housework, yard work, and took several long walks with the dog. It was a nice day. That's all I have.
Ready for business, commissioners? We have is right up in the common equipment. Grace Bannister, collection for collections, and clerk's office, and Brenda Spencer, promotion, interim public planning and family services manager, health department. Need a motion.
I'd move to approve the requested Riley County employee action forms.
I'll second.
So we moved and seconded to approve the requested Raleigh County employee action forms. All in favor?
Aye.
All 50 sides. That didn't use up all the runs for like the next 10 games over the weekend. Scored a lot.
They've got, it's the baseball plays at the same time as the men's basketball. And K-Man moved the basketball game to one of their other channels. I think,
Okay.
and 1350 is gonna have the baseball.
I have some neighbors,
Yeah.
Wichita State.
some neighbors that go to all those games and just couldn't make it to all. of them.
Power.
Mm-hmm. Back in the days of Gene Stevenson.
Yeah. But, I mean, just rumors. Not any big splash names available. Except one, the St. Louis guy, but he seems to be holding out for East Coast. He's East Coast guy. What the stories are.
Any change to the minutes, commissioners?
Didn't see
Everything.
it.
Go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes as written from the March 5th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
Well, second,
So moved and seconded to approve the minutes for the March 5th meeting as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Attended, so commissioners. The items from express conference. If not, I'm not in your day. budget.
You might send these back. Keep collecting them. I've got plenty, the little ones, it's the big
Yeah.
ones, I don't.
Each couple of big ones, I've got.
I'll take the.
Yep.
Looking at this, I don't know, do you get that thing from Mike Taylor? The legislative review, he's talking about each of those tax bills. The House bill went to the Senate's completely redoing it, the Senate one that went to the House is completely changing it because they don't,
Which bill is it?
this tax one's the 3% and the protest thing, but
I think that may part of it at this point, then to get much consensus to give it.
that's what he thinks, or they'll come out with completely. Say,
Something that's got a complete mess, just last minute.
yeah,
Kind of fear.
they'll throw and get away.
Basketball. With MIAA, I don't know about that.
Really. But still, you know, I've kind of followed them for a while, kind of lost track.
But yeah, they both.
Which we're good at interrupting comments, but it's not like ones that you target this by name.
Yeah,
Purple Ground Sports or something on Denver, or the other one, that's by, it would get paid back.
oh, really?
So that tournament exists at WIT still, but it's like a minor league for, so.
Yeah, WNIT is still, the WPIT is the one the NCAA sponsors, and there's still a WNIT.
Yeah, it's like. Maybe or go that much.
Well, and you have to pay to go to that one.
Yeah, it rolled out.
Say to travel, the NCAA ones, your travel's covered, but it's not on the other ones.
I'm curious what this one's. Maybe. For us, we had the NCAA tournament in like 5.
Oh.
It was surprising for this one, yeah, too.
Sure. Mhm.
These events were expensive. I would go to that because I love Picasso. I can't stop that.
Yeah.
That's
That's what I was looking at. I wonder if they own property, but they own it on there for, they don't own property. So I don't know if I was, that one of the names, one of the stores in the mall, but that would, I don't know why we would. I don't know why we'd get something on that. That's why I just looked to see if they own property tax. I didn't show.
Yeah, yeah, okay. That. And what?
Can I pass out items for our capital consumption? Like, they're items I'm gonna talk about today, but I wanna make sure you guys have them.
Is that what you sent email?
Yes,
Okay.
that's okay. I just sent it, and I was like, I better print it off for you guys.
So you're presenting this.
Yes, ma'am.
What else is on the agenda?
It's budget, IT, and evaluations.
We've been through that for an hour.
Yeah.
So everybody gets maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
For that next meeting,
Uh,
I would check.
Eat quick.
Quick.
Eat fast and you'll get to that. Or talk with them about this one.
To do that.
Family.
So we'll be glad to get that. Well,
It might happen by 2027.
my drawer has clips, I've got
Yeah, I know, that's what I got.
pens and, yeah, all. Now I need paper clips.
Paper clips, you need some, I got plenty.
Oh, give me a couple.
I'm guessing.
Thank you.
Just help yourself.
Well, I'm just complaining, I just don't have a drawer.
Yeah, I know, it is.
Okay.
Behind you.
Yeah.
Projecting everything forward.
Second.
Good. Who's gonna do it?
Well.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm adding some more privacy things. It's needed to be. It's, BRY renovations and resolution.
Good.
I think that's all.
Oh, okay.
So find them.
Okay. Yeah, that's. She.
Perfect.
Yeah, she had focus. Yeah.
Two.
Yeah.
So they came over.
Yeah.
Privacy. He closes. Seals up. The vision from.
Burning up, man. It is hot in here.
Again, but you know.
No.
But yeah. It's like an oven in here.
Company looks really for the contacts and you know, tears down.
Oh, nice. Tiny almost bad, kind of disappeared around here quick. I used to work for you and they vanished.
Living one. I'm gonna talk to my daughter. I think being definitely.
Give you the retirement plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me home. Yeah, one of them, you have to practice. Why use it all?
Might want a big version of the tiny. Tiny.
Some of them.
Tiny. Some really tiny.
Yeah, I could live with it. Yeah, I could live which are 807. You know, I could live with that.
You get plenty of space in that.
Yeah, lot better than 500.
Yeah. Oh. It's back up. Where you at? Go.
Ready, commissioners? Morning, Commissioners. Rich Barber, Raleigh County Clerk. First report's 2026 year-to-date wages and overtime compared to budget report. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, it's 16.67 point in time of the year. That's just what we use as our gauge to kind of look at where departments are respectively within their budgets. And of course, this part here is just wages and overtime. I always like to look at that middle column, kind of see where we're at overtime wise. All of these reports, commissioners, though, are so early in the year. It's hard to get much of a barometer on anything, but it is good to have the information out there. You have any questions on this first page? Next page, just a little bit more detailed breakout per department based on regular salary, seasonal, and overtime. Good additional information. Any questions on those? Next report's 2026 year to budget activity report. Get to my percent here. Well, what in the world is, gotta love IT.
That's a lot better than that.
Jeepers creepers, you gotta love technology,
Go
don't
to
you?
the packet. Are you in the packet?
There we go. That's a little better. You can see those highlight, the blue doesn't show up very good on this screen, commissioners. And I don't know what the deal is. It's kind of hard to see it, but those highlighted. Any questions on that first page, commissioners? Next page, those highlighted in the blue as well. Same thing. They're right at or just over that 16.67% point in time of year. A lot of the payments are due to cyclical payments that will balance out by the end of the year, such as economic development, where we have a lot of appropriations spent out as well. Any questions on that second page? Third page is all enterprise funds. Those funds are derived not from ad valorem tax dollars. They are from fees and special assessments from special benefit districts for individuals that live in or own properties in those jurisdictions. Any questions on that page? Next page, just a snapshot comparison, 25 to 26 comparison, February to February, and also year to date through February for all respective departments. Developed years ago, just give commissioner snapshot comparatively how departments are spending their money from compared this year to the previous year. Not always an apples to apples comparison, but a good little snapshot. May raise questions that we could be glad to answer for you if you have any questions on it. Any questions on those reports? Next report, 2026 year-to-date budget activity on county general personnel. We just pay out separation of service fee on personnel there. No one gets a regular paycheck out of there. Miscellaneous budget stabilizations at 4.25 million. That's very important and is in direct correlation to how we maintain that with our bond rating. And then also in case we ever have an emergency such as a tornado, flood, or other issues is why we implemented that decades ago. Any questions on that page, commissioners? Next is 2026 year-to-date RCPD expenses paid by Riley County. Always like to point out on these, besides the budget appropriations, which the city and county both pay into RCPD, all of the rest of these fees are paid 100% by Riley County only. Other public entities shares in these costs by statute. We are responsible for all inmate medical and building maintenance, and which includes offsite housing as well for inmates. Like this next report a little bit better, gives you a snapshot from 2022 to 2026 to see where we're sitting comparatively. Once again, it's awful early in the year. 65,000 at this point in time for physician tells you that it's more than likely going to be a very high year for physician and anything medically related with inmates. I guess the last report from RCPD was ADP was a little bit down or at least stabilized, it seems. So that would be a sign in the correct direction, but got a lot of the year left to go. Any questions on those expenditures, commissioners? Offsite inmate medical by Advanced Correctional Healthcare. See those costs once again early in the year. This is something that we every year pay very close attention to. Building maintenance and inmate medical with RCPD. Last year was a very expensive year, and now that we have offsite housing as well. That's also an additional cost that continues to make budgeting more difficult. Any questions on any of those reports, commissioners? You guys take more time to go through those, and we'd be glad to get you any additional information if you have questions. Thank you.
As they said, this early in the year, nothing's very far off.
Good to just keep tabs of it
But yeah,
and for the public to see. Thanks, Commissioner. You have in the weather, 9:15.
Yes.
I know.
That's perfect for 6 months. 6 months. Well, all right, this is Saturday. Good, are you?
Yeah. I did something different. Just kind of maybe. I sure did this morning. It sounds good. Sure.
And see, well, look at it, we bud now.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we don't have any.
Oh. So we do that.
Well, I mean.
Get it nice out on the very.
All right.
State about this temperature, it's about like, it's gonna be too hot.
Oh.
This early. Shouldn't be done.
No.
Started, ups and money went on.
There it is.
Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda West, Planning Director, here with Planning and Development's monthly update. Starting with Keats, I just have the schedule there for the bidding process, the award process. We're kind of in the middle of it right now. Bids are due on the 17th. At the pre-bid meeting, we had 4 contractors there, and Sam from BG had talked to at least a couple others, so
Mm.
he is definitely expecting a good amount of bids, which will give us a nice, hopefully competitive, competitive project. So we'll know more on the 17th, and then everything will be brought to you folks from the 19th for opening. then of course, obviously, that's when we'll know more. Because we'll have to get some costs, we'll get some schedules, things like that. And then we'll have project award that scheduled for the 26th, so the following week after we do bid opening. So everything's going along fine with that. It's anticipated to take 14 months for construction. So again, once we get those bids, and especially once we award, we'll better know the precise schedule that we're looking at, like when they'll actually start, and then when that that approximate 14 months will run. So there's going to be lots of course, communication between the contractor, between us, between the residents, making sure everybody's kept aware. The contractor will give us a schedule, of course, upfront, and then they'll give us weekly to every 1 to 2 weeks, they'll give updates to, residents. Okay, expect in the next 7 to 14 days, we're going to be in your yard, basically. So it'll never be hey, we're going to show up tomorrow, or hey, we're here, now we're going to work in your yard. They will get plenty of pre-notice, and there'll be door hangers and those sorts of things. So the folks will be kept apprised of what to expect. So again, we'll know more soon with that one. But everything's going along fine. I still haven't heard anything about the extra million. I appreciate all of you trying to do what you can to connect me with folks who can give us information. Hopefully soon, we'll get that information. Again, the good thing is I have all the information on Keats. It's just a matter of what exactly they're looking for that I can give to them. So I don't anticipate it being anything difficult, being anything that's going to take a long time, because we already have it. So it's just a matter of what exactly they're looking for. I can deliver it, and hopefully we can get it turned around pretty quick. So, but as soon as I hear anything, I won't wait till my next update. Hopefully I'll hear something before that, and I'll let everybody know. So of course include Brittany on that too. So let's see, I think that was, oh, just want to let you know, we had a community meeting. I'm sure Commissioner Bogie probably already updated since it was on the 12th, February 12th. We had some good turnout from folks. Staff and BG consultants just gave an update, of course, as we do on the project. Had some updated map information, had a handout that kind of outlined what exactly we're looking at. Again, can't give a precise timeline yet, but an order of events, what to expect. Like, for example, the lagoon itself is going to get construction will start there first, and then we'll kind of move through town. So, so still just good communication with folks for everything that's going on out there. So that's the highlights with Keats. Any questions or any other things anybody knows about that we want to mention? No, we all have our own little bits about Keats, so make sure we.
Good to get that bid opening.
Yes,
Get it
absolutely.
underway.
That'll give us a lot of information. A lot of the pieces of the puzzle will start to kind of come together. So
We probably will need to send out an email after that.
Yep,
to the
absolutely.
community.
yeah, and the last email I sent to the residents a week or two ago, I let them know, reminded them of the schedule. We had it on the handout that we did at the February meeting, but reminded them of the schedule of the bid opening and award, and that they'll hear from me again late March, once that award's been done, and because that's really going to help us fill in some of those missing pieces. So absolutely. Skipping down to Home in the Heartland grant, we have three applicants who have completed the requirements, and they have moved to Riley County. So they are actually here in the
Wow.
county. So yeah, things can happen super fast. It might be where it's like a little quiet, or, we have some applicants that are eligible. It's just kind of a matter of waiting, for them to kind of finish their paperwork or move. That's generally the bigger one. And then it can happen just super quick. So we have three folks who did it all, and they are here in town. They're here in the county, I should say. Two of them are in Manhattan. One of them is in Ogden. And they are all three renters right now. Well, 2 out of 3 have jobs here, and one is bringing a remote job with him and a family. So I think we're going along pretty well. 2 out of the 3, we have issued our first half of the incentive payment. So yeah, so we're moving along, and we received an email from the Make My Move people late last week. Let's see. They just wanted to congratulate us on being one of Make My Move's top recruiters in February. So each month they award the top 3 Make My Move partners in the categories of top recruiter, most engaged, and most click-worthy. In February, our program tied for the 3rd most households relocated across the Make My Move marketplace, landing 2 new households. So just wanted to make that note that we're doing pretty well compared to some other, and they have a lot of clients.
Yeah.
You all probably know, they have a lot of folks, mostly across the Midwest, a few outliers on some of the coasts, but so, it's just nice to know that we're staying out there, so. Let's see. And again, as I mentioned in my report here, things change all the time. So we have over, let's see, 150 applicants in a pre-approved state. Basically, again, on paper, they're meeting what they need to be doing to, be eligible for the program, but we're waiting for them to, give us some more information, sign their MOU, give us more information to move through the phases. So, on the day I wrote the report, we didn't have any in the accepted phase. There was still 2 in the offered. And I believe the one from the offered since then moved into the completed. So it literally changes constantly. And I know I've said it before, but I'll just remind you, you're always welcome to stop on in and I can show you the dashboard. I can show you what these different things look like. I can show you, kind of the information we collect and what we're looking for and why things are changing as quickly as they do. We also can quote unquote lose people as maybe they were approved for us, but maybe they were approved for a different program and they just went, with that other community. So it's changing all the time. Just gave you some information about our current pipeline. Average age is 40. And the top states of origin include Arkansas, Maryland, and Montana. The report I wrote you last month, the average age was 37. There was different states of top states of origin. So really it's just such a dynamic program. And it's really, really interesting. So any questions or thoughts on that?
Yeah, how much money do we have or how many applicants can we support on this program?
So we are looking for 20
20
total.
So
Mhm.
that's in our budget.
Yeah, yep, exactly. Yeah, that's what the grant was based on, 20 households, and then the additional percentage that that Riley County kicks in, it's all based on 20.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. So.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
how long is that period?
So
How long we had to get this?
So for the grant funding, we need to land 10 households before we'll get the second round. So technically it's a year.
First, yeah, I
yeah.
think there was
Yeah.
requirement for 10 and then,
Yeah,
so we need to get 10 in the first year.
yeah, and then of course the
that's-
second 10 is,
Okay.
yeah. It's kind of since you mentioned that and the question I'd had from an applicant, you don't have to do, or an applicant doesn't have to do anything past, I have a job here, I make my household makes the right income, I'm moving here, here's the information, we will give you that first installment, the 2,500. If you can show us at the end of 12 months that you're still here, you're still employed, you're still here, we'll give you the other half. If somebody decides in 6 months that this isn't for me, or they get an offer somewhere else, let's say, they can do that, they'll have the 2,500, they just of course won't get the second half. So it's really just a year commitment that folks are making. So, and of course, hopefully in that amount of time, they'll realize what a great place it is and they'll stay anyway. But again, I just wanted to throw that out there just because I did have a question on that from some applicants. Yeah, but in terms of the grant itself, 10 for the first year, then we'll get the second half of the grant funding, and then we need to do the other 10 in the next year. So, and hopefully again, as I know I'm kind of broken record, keep saying this program is so dynamic, that we've already gotten our 3, and it feels like it took a long time, but there was a lot of background work, of course, we were doing, we were setting up the plan, setting up the page, getting the information out. And again, that's still being done, of course, communicating that there's this program, spreading the word, those sorts of things. But now all the seeds have been planted, so it's going to make it easier and quicker for people to, find the program, take advantage of it, apply and do all of that. So hopefully we're gonna, just get things going, and we're coming into better weather. People are probably a little bit more willing to move when it's a little bit nicer outside, those sorts of things. So hopefully, each month you hear from me, we'll just keep you know, get more and more folks moving to town, so.
Yeah, it starts getting nice out and green.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
You know, it'll look a lot nicer.
Yeah, exactly, so. All right, so just gonna mention super quick, we got our short-term rental regulation amendments done. So we are now, that has been published, so we are now officially 500 feet between short-term rental units. So if somebody applies for an STR and there's already a licensed one within 500 feet on the same street, or if there's determined parking issues, we would not be able to, we won't even accept, you know, the information. We wouldn't, you know, take somebody's fee and then, oh, we can't do it anyway. But we won't be able to permit or license, I should say, new STRs within 500 feet. So just wanted to remind you all about that. Let's see, what I'm doing. So the Rural Economic Development Advisory Board, REDAB, of course, as you remember, we just had our conversation, I think it was last week, about expanding potential membership to a regional member and a member of City Manhattan. Jacob and I worked on a resolution, so we'll bring that back to you folks on Thursday to get that wrapped up. And then provided it passes, we can get Mr. Wick back before you guys for formal appointment. So once the resolution, again, that'll be Thursday. If you guys do pass it, then we'll at a subsequent meeting bring his application back to you folks to decide on that. So we just wanted to kind of get it rolling pretty quick so we can get those vacancies filled. And then just a reminder, we're working to get you folks individually with the board. So thank you, Commissioner Ford, to have you for March. I heard from Commissioner McKinley that he's open April 15th or May 27th. Do you have a preference, Commissioner Foki, for one of those dates? I figure since I have all three of you right now, I can go ahead. and get-
Which dates are those?
It would be April 15th or May 27th.
April 15th is clear. What was the other one?
May 27th.
No, okay. Either one's okay.
Okay, and Commissioner McKinley said either one was fine too, so you want to do April and Commissioner Foki, you want to do May? Perfect, thank you, just wanted to go with that. It'll be April 15th at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, and have that on second floor.
Yes, yep, exactly.
Okay, and
Do that while I had you on. Okay. Then moving along to some other items. So of course, we're working on the driveway standards that we brought before you folks a few weeks ago. Both of our planning boards workshopped, held work sessions on the item. We're in support of amending the review authority language. Remember to allow either emergency services or the county engineer or designees from either department to perform the required inspections to ensure the criteria are met and sign off before we issue final approvals. We will now have our public hearings as required with each planning board. We'll do that in April, and then we'll be back before you folks to have your public hearing and make your decision on the proposed language. So just wanted you to know that that is coming along. Sanitary code amendments, we're probably going to dive into that. I had been waiting because I believe I mentioned before that the state is working on updating Bulletin 4.2. That is a document that's been in effect since 1997. So you can imagine there's a lot of information they need to update. They had made it pretty far. And then some of the sanitarians and others across the state and the local jurisdictions had some concerns. So they kind of pulled it back to look at some things again. And now it's basically with the Attorney General, because there's some external information that they're referencing that there's just some conflicts there. So I talked to the state on last week, and she said it's probably going to be a bit, but there are ways to, she kind of gave me some highlights about what they're looking at, because my concern was if we update our code, I don't want to inadvertently be in conflict with 4.2 because 4.2 is the minimum standard. We can't go below it. We can go above it if that makes sense. We can be more stringent, but we can't be less stringent than the state. So I don't want to go through the whole code amendment process, which is not a quick thing, as you folks know. And then the bulletin 4.2 comes out and we have conflict. So, but talking to her last week, there are ways kind of quote unquote around that to account for it. It's referencing 4.2. It's making sure that our code language says, you know, needs to be in cooperation with 4.2 currently and as amended, things like that. So we're probably going to talk more about a bigger update with our sanitary code because it does need some help. So just wanted to give you an update on that. That'll probably be coming, as well as some more amendments to our land development regulations. So lots of code amendments this year, just something we always have to do. So any questions or anything? All right, thank you very much.
Okay, now we have the KAC Employee Recognition Awards. So Vivian, how do you want to do pictures on each one or all together or how?
Picture at the end is best.
Excuse me,
I think I put a picture at the end.
group at the end, okay. Okay, so I believe everybody's here, I hope. We'll do the 8-year awards first. This one is for Josh Pettenbach. Josh, here?
Josh is not here today. He's in class.
Okay. Okay, Alexander Pratzman.
Yeah.
So 8-year, we have Michael Bowler. Then we have Brandy Maestas. Pronounce that right.
Yes. Good.
Okay, the next ones are for 16 years. We have 2. Catherine Jones. Kirsten Craig. Okay, the next one is 32 years for the next 2. Okay, first one, David Ball. Congratulations. Next one is Barry Wilkerson. Okay, that's all the awards we have. We want to do a group picture. Do you want to do that with the commissioners too, or do you have room?
That's fun. Just there we go.
What did you say, Brittany?
I think here's a nice spot. I was just gonna move that chair a little bit. Okay. Okay, that's just right. Here's one, oh, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And can we scoot it a little closer and move your shoulders in? And then nice and close. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations.
And everybody empties out.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to present the 2027 budget calendar again. So I made the adjustments that we discussed on Thursday, where you agreed to have May 14th be the day just for appropriations, and then May 4th, 7th, and 11th be department heads, with of course the 11th being specifically mainly my presentations for all of the budgets that I manage, because that is the county officials' luncheon day. I've also added in the 2027 new and expanded positions on June 18th. I had follow-up questions though on May 14th, because you want it to be mainly just the appropriations. I've looked at what has already been scheduled, and there are some staff times already. So like Jacob has an administrative work session, Diane has a staff update, Shiloh does as well, and then of course my monthly cash flows. So did you want to remove those and just have them be times for appropriation so you don't go too far into the afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay, you do have an executive session for a department head evaluation. I don't want to take that off your calendar unless that is what the three of you want, but I will not propose that.
Yeah, the timing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't have to do it on that day. You can do it on another day.
We can move
I
that
mean,
one.
Yeah,
We talked about that
Okay.
day was taking all the staff time
Right.
off, rescheduling.
Yeah, and even-
If not-
Okay.
Even the review, we can move that to the next day, the
Okay.
next Monday.
If you want, but we can reschedule.
yeah.
Oh, you can reschedule.
okay. Okay, perfect. I will do all of that. Is there anything else on the calendar, anything else related to the baseline that you guys wanted to discuss or had questions on? I know some of it is several months out, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to.
Tell, but I will let you guys know now. So like last year, we went after, this July 20th date. We had our intent to exceed R&R, but then we kept working on the budget after that to kind of keep reducing it down. I do know that July 23rd, I will be out of town. So if we have to meet again, I'll schedule it for that next Monday. As well as August 17th, I will be out of town then as well, which at that point, we shouldn't have anything else because we should already be sending the notice of public hearing to the Mercury, so. Okay, we will get those scheduled. Oh, can I get a motion to approve the 2027 budget calendar? Yeah.
I'd move to approve the 2027 budget calendar and baseline as discussed.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the 2027 budget calendar and baseline as discussed. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mhm.
You guys travel for spring break? We don't. It was not, yeah, I could see it, yeah, it was. Yeah, that's where it's. You know, what is going on? This, but yeah, that's what it was. That's why she doesn't do that before, that's, he's like, it's. Different. So we're gonna go, so, it's cool. Safe, it's also, you do this rise, and it's not going to go, but it's for. It's next week. You guys have exploration place like also. Yeah. This. Anticipate.
see. Let's do that.
Yes. So, I guess.
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
Yep, make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Commission and convene as the Board of County Health.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health. All in favor?
Good morning, Commissioners. Diane Creek, Health Director. I'm here to ask permission to submit the grant applications to KDHE for the Health Department. The grants included in the aid to local grant package include preparedness, Wildcat Regional Preparedness, Family Planning, Maternal and Child Health, Child Care Licensing, Immunization Action Plans, State Formula, and Universal Home Visiting. Universal Home Visiting used to be a part of MCH, but they have now pulled that out, so it's two separate grant applications this year. The fiscal year for the grants at the health department go from July 1st to June 30th. Except for WIC, which starts in October, and then Raising Riley, their application process doesn't go through the main part of KDHE, so they've already put in their application for 2027. The funding is, the aid to local programs receive funding based on a state funding formula. Typically, the counties receive level funding. However, unused funds are sometimes redistributed towards the end of the year if there's other health departments that haven't used their funding. So we have received family planning and maternal and child health funding later in the year at various times. Let's see. So the total amount of funding that we are applying for is listed in this little chart. FEP, we're requesting $49,327. Wildcat Region FEP is $30,330. MCH is $178,442. Child care licensing is $358,845. Immunizations is 9,060, which that is historically just what they give us. It's based on a formula. The state formula is $131,354. Family planning will be $305,957. Universal home visiting is $93,526 for a total of $1,156,841. The grants are due, we have to absolutely have them submitted by noon on Monday, the 16th. We're gonna absolutely submit them later on this week. So I would recommend approving the 8 local grant applications as presented for Riley County Health Department. Do you have any questions?
I don't.
I don't,
Go ahead and make a motion then to approve applications as presented for the Riley County Health Department.
I'll second. I'll second.
it's been moved and seconded to approve the grant applications for the Riley County Health Department. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, please sign.
I would also like to, just as a, I just remembered this morning, remind the public that the health department will be closed on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The clinic will be closed for training staff for our new EHR. So we'll reopen on Monday.
Thank you, Diane. That takes a lot of work to put all that together.
And I want to publicly thank Breva Spencer from MCH, Kaylin Speth from WIC, and Heather Ritchie from CCL, because I'll tell you, without them, I could not have done it. And this would not have been done because you can see how big those applications are. They're huge. And so there's a lot of narrative to them and I couldn't have done it without them. And they were stellar.
Well, thank you.
So yeah, thank them, not me. It's
Well,
good.
thank all of you.
So,
Appreciate it.
so, thank you.
So,
Just chair.
oh, okay. I'll make a motion then that we recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
Second.
Some new move and seconded to recess as the board of health and reconvene as the board of Raleigh County Commissioners. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next commissioner, y'all know I'm at 10:10.
Sour.
I was scrolling through these yesterday. I'm like, ah.
All by yourself, on lawn.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Wow. I'm just leaving up there.
Go to yourself and everything.
Thanks. Well, do I know where it is?
Yeah, that would be easy.
Yeah.
I'll run this out of my truck before I forget.
Oh, yes, or something. I don't remember what. I went in there for more than that. I was there.
It's on 46 for next Sunday. Want to keep the low that night. See how the grass, some of the grass and the weeds are up here, but you want, like, they catch that, fill it.
But I had that happen.
Yeah. See, you get the glass. Don't like that glass.
It's really cold for his energy.
He's let it out and stuff. That's good. I was thinking about 10 years ago. All the leaves on the tree. This can happen.
Does it last longer?
No, it doesn't last how many times years.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Commission. John Ellerman, Public Works. With my monthly project updates. First couple of things, not really have a lot going on the Winkler Bridge, trying to get finishing up on easements, hopefully soon, but also that brings that up as we bid the project and we have our inspectors tied up at University Park and transfer station right now, our University Park coming first of April. Marlight Road, we did some inter-office review of the schematic drawings. Went back out and they're working on designs now. Judicial Services Study. BBN and Ventures came out with a kickoff meeting. They have since come back and went through and met with each department and looked at each building again to review. So they're working on their programming spreadsheet and getting that started. I don't have a timeline when that should be finished, but that's probably the biggest part of their the work that they're doing for the study is to put this programming and the size of each space that they need. Health Department, have a contract. I'm waiting on the architect to sign the CPA so I can present that to you here soon. So hopefully we get that going here pretty soon. Airport Road structure, county crews are gonna build. Last week, they removed the old bridge, did some site work, getting ready for the construction. We're waiting for Ebert's crane to free up. It's over at the K-13 project. So once they're finished with the pouring the concrete and doing that, those should come out to us. Hopefully in here by the end of the month, couple of weeks, but we should be ready for that when they come. We need that to drive the pile. Parks crews kind of gearing up for summer and spring season mowing, doing the equipment maintenance. They stripped and waxed the floors over at Potteroff Hall right before our township meeting. Trimming trees at Seco and Fairmount Park, and then planning projects for this season. Operations crew, they sent some guys out in the trucks. That March 1st, we had that ice in the morning. They sent them out for a few hours that morning. And grading roads when we have some moisture. Working on the bridge on Airport Road, annual inspections of all our culverts, less than bridge size culverts. The bridge crew worked on the temporary chute for the transfer station. They built it. So far it's holding up fairly well. A little more care when we dump trash or put trash in the trucks. They last quite a while, but we're not always the most careful when they do that. Cleaning ditches and other miscellaneous work. Some of the open positions we have now is a traffic control technician. I think they have a couple of interviews set up and we started receiving quite a few applications now. University Park Lagoon we had pre-construction conference last week and April 1st is still the work supposed to start that day. Abandoned your commissioners to remind you a bid date for Keith's project is March 16th. Bid opening.
I guess it's
19th, I'm sorry.
Thursday.
I will make sure I'm on the right day now. EMS, our emergency management remodel, still roughing, a lot of roughing work yet to do. We meet Tuesday to see where anything's new, but I think they've got storm shelters completed. They were working on the backfilling of getting ready for the footing foundation for the tower and the generator pad. ITGIS, still, we were kicking around some ideas on the generators and the size, and then I had Bruce call in the structural engineer to come in and look and see what, make sure the building can handle the generator. And we had talked about too, if planning ahead, maybe for administrator, if that would happen to be the place they would go, do we want the whole building or other offices to be on the backup generator? So that changed the dynamics and the sizing of the generator. And I wanted to make sure that we can handle what size we can handle, if we can handle any of them at all. So that'll come back, and hopefully we'll have cost estimates for the project here in a couple of weeks. I don't almost want to skip the next one. Chamber remodel carpet is still scheduled for the 16th. With any luck, we'll be in there by the 1st of April.
Of this year.
Yep, of this year.
That's an April Fool's joke.
Yeah.
I will make it the 2nd if that's. Transfer station floor started, they started right away on the 2nd. So far the chute seemed to be working well. They're backing up traffic, but it's working. Hopefully they won't take the whole month that they need. Well, most of that's going to be probably cure time too. Core dredging project is scheduled, when I hear, the start on the 17th of March. With that came the sampling of the river. USGS last time had put up 1-lane traffic, or traffic signal stopping traffic to 1 lane through across the bridge. We've been in discussions with them and Pot County to maybe limit the times they're out there, or not let them do it at all, or at least close down the bridge at all. I didn't get a good feeling talking with the lady from USGS that she maybe feels she expected it to happen, and that that there was no other way. We had to let them have to do that. I'm sure with the amount of traffic that's coming around because of the K-13 closure, I'm not comfortable doing that, especially during peak hours.
Yeah.
I don't think Pot County is too. They did some counts last week. We did a 2-day count. Pot Counties will get theirs back and analyzed this morning, and they're supposed to meet about how they were gonna, or what they were gonna allow. Since most of that project would be on their side of the river, or their, our count showed we tripled traffic since, with the closure and the detour. I went out there Friday morning, like for 15 minutes between 7:35 and 7:50, was 104 vehicles across the bridge. They came in groups enough that maybe a light would work, but that's just, that was at that time. So I don't know if it was busy earlier, or looked like it was getting a little bit busy after that, but not something. So if you hear any complaints, concerns, some chatter about that, then working with Pot County to decide how we want to handle the traffic through there, and then wanting to close the road. We've had some discussions with KDOT and Benish to be more involved in the US 24 corridor study. We found they've had a couple meetings between KDOT and Benish that we weren't invited to. So the city and for sure Jared at the MPO have wrote them a letter to tell them how disappointed we are that we need to, and we need to be involved in this when they make their decisions or what they talk about, so. Something coming up yet too is I have a township, a maintenance agreement that I want to get in front of you to view. And it may be approved so we can get out to those townships that we are doing, regular road maintenance for. And then coming soon, next week, hopefully, is basically petition to vacate a portion of the side of road, south of Bottle Road into the fort. That was a road, we had a structure that we planned on rebuilding, replacing, so put that on hold. You just signed the contract with Schwab Eaton to do that, so we're gonna put that on hold and see if this happens. If we end up vacating that road, we won't need to replace that bridge. The two landowners, there's two land, one on each side, they're okay with it, and the only one we really need to get information from or talk to is somebody at the fort to say yes or no. And then who to send correspondence to about the hearing and stuff, so. That was all on my list today, unless you have any questions for me.
You said the inspector, our inspectors will be busy at University Park and transfer station. Are we doing Keats or?
No, that was in, I think, in BG's contract.
That's in their contract, okay.
Watch the Keats project. Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Full time.
Well, I'm, yeah.
10:45.
If the board wants, we can always start.
Yeah, we could get started.
Okay. I move that the county commissioners, including Chairwoman Foki, Vice Chair Ford, and Commissioner McKinley, with Jacob Hansen, County Councilor, recess into executive session pursuant to the non-elected personnel exceptions to the Kansas Open Meetings Act to protect the privacy of the employees, and the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 10:45 a.m.
Second.
Been moved and seconded for the county commission to recess into executive session for the reasons previously stated under the non-elected personnel exception of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioners, the meeting is live.
Okay, I'm gonna move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye. I also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded, the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I've got one more thing. I've got one more thing. That make a motion to direct council to work on a resolution moving HR to the county councilor administration services offices in coordination with HR and budget to coordinate dates.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to yeah, give me the sheet here.
If you can read my writing.
Moved and seconded to work on a resolution, moving HR to the county council and administrative services offices. And budget. As present, as. That's the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
You have that wording so we can get that one.
I'll go with you later.
You have that wording when you send it.
I can type something up for you.
Okay,
Yeah,
send it, Sandy.
Rather than.
Sorry, I just
Oh,
didn't
yeah, no,
read it twice.
Up to you.
no, I know, it's, I can barely read my own writing.
Okay,
We got,
Oh.
and you need it or she can, because we got somebody coming in.
or you want to take a few minutes to?
No, he's probably waiting. Yeah, it looks like it. Well, I think I can do that right now.
And we'll just make.
John, you second that motion?
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Tom and Dick. Are you, can you hear us?
Shows them muted right now.
Yes, sorry.
All right, very good. No worries at all. We can hear you fine here. So thank you both for taking some time here out of a very busy schedule. I have no doubt to speak with the board and some of our department heads here about the legislature and what's going on. So with that, I'm going to leave it to you guys and we'll have questions for you, of course, after.
Sure. Good morning. Good to see everybody. As you all know, property taxes have been the big discussion this session. And right now we have about 6 or 7 proposals that are floating around. It's a mix of constitutional amendments and statutory changes. It's difficult to tell what is going to happen on the proposals because there doesn't appear to be any real agreement at the moment about which direction to take. You all saw 1616, the constitutional amendment that caps valuation increases. And then you also saw 2745, the House version of a property tax with the fund and those proposals. There are new proposals popping up. For example, Senate Bill 488, which basically has it's a sales tax or a purchase surcharge, however you want to say that, that over time goes into a fund that went and buys down the property tax. So there's really a lot of stuff up in the air right now on that topic. And it's taken a lot of energy from the legislature and the tax side, and a lot of time for us because there have been so many proposals. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about and do more of a Q&A than try to do a presentation that maybe I
don't answer your questions. So let's just kick it off. I know Dick's on. I didn't know if he wanted to chime in on any of those topics that he's been following closely as well.
Yeah, no, I think that Tom is spot on. I mean, really, what seems to be boiling down to the two major themes across the street are passing the budget and the property tax conversation. And Tom pretty much nailed it. I mean, there's multiple options out there that the House and Senate approaches are looking at. I don't know where we get on those because we're now a week or two out from first adjournment. Today and tomorrow are the last 2 days that committees can meet. The House and Senate will be on their respective floors working bills the next 2 or 3 days. And then we'll have conference committees meeting next week. So there's I guess I maybe got that wrong. I think we have hearings the rest of this week. It's Monday and Tuesday of the following week that we only have hearings. So the
Wishful
process,
thinking, Dick.
yeah, it's a dream. The process is drawing down, I think, is the important thing to note. And so time is running out. Nothing ever dies here. And those conversations, the way they occur, things can happen over a lunch hour or an announcement made from a Senate desk or from the well in the House. The budget's the other big one. Usually the House is much more conservative in its spending than the Senate. The Senate is sort of the gift horse. That's where you go to make sure you get things plugged in that maybe got missed in the budget process. It's exactly the opposite this year. The Senate is spending less overall than the House is. That conference committee process will kick off. It's supposed to sometime this week. There's currently not a bill that is in conference, so there's nothing to truly conference yet. But those are the two major themes that we have left to finish in the legislative process. There's a few local government types of pieces that are out there that we've been watching closely. One would be the bathroom bill that has now gone into law, and just how that implementation looks for different folks, what that means for enforcement. There's a lot of unknowns and a lot of questions out there. We do know that the Attorney General has indicated that he will wait 30 days before enforcement. There's sort of two prongs there. One is the driver's license renewal for several hundred Kansans. The other piece would be enforcement of what the locker room and bathroom provisions look like. Many units of local government think that they can implement the law relatively economically. It might be some signage changes, probably not looking at a whole host of renovations, but I would be curious to know what's on your mind. There's a couple of election bills out there that are very important that I think we continue to monitor. They've been in the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee now since turnaround, and there have been no hearings scheduled. One would be House Bill 2451, which does not permit a local unit of government for advocating for or against ballot questions. There would be punitive damages if you assigned if that does occur. That becomes problematic because you have to be able to answer what is on a ballot question. The law, the way it's written, makes it very unclear how far you can go by just simply answering a question without being turned into some authority for being considered advocating for or against a measure. The other one would be the elimination of the Mail Ballot Act. A lot of questions are sometimes asked through a mail ballot situation. That bill is also in the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee. It did not pass with a veto-proof majority, so that could be one of the reasons why it's not getting a hearing scheduled. The advocate piece, Bill 2451, it actually did pass with 88 votes. So we'll see if that actually gets a hearing scheduled. Senate Fed and Senate Fed and State Chairman indicates every time I hear him talk that their agenda is full and they don't have room for anything that's not already listed as being on the hearing list. So we'll see if any of those get included later in a conference committee report. To the other bill that I would talk about, and it probably isn't as much of a county issue as it is a local government issue, but that's the public nuisance bill that would not allow, it would eliminate the ability for a local unit of government to bring an action in the courts for public nuisance, and it would turn it over to the Attorney General's office. There's a couple of bills out there that are like that. The other one is a contingency fee bill. It's House Bill 2593. But both bills have the same effect, that would disallow or erode that home rule provision for a local unit of government to bring a cause of action on behalf of the local unit. Maybe that's a good place to stop. Those are kind of some of the big pieces that are floating around out there, but there might be questions on other things as well. So like Tom said, maybe that's a good place to stop and just have some conversation.
Well, I had a question on the one about we can't advocate for ballot issues. I thought that was already a rule. Is there some kind of, that we can't advocate for?
The issue came about from some signs that were placed in yards for a Hutchinson school bond, I guess to exceed or to pass a bond issue. And they actually had, and whether or not they came from the school district, whether or not they came from a parent group, it's unclear to me. But that's the genesis of this bill, and they had the name of the school district on the signs. And I believe that they were just saying vote yes on whatever the bond proposal is. This bill goes a little bit further in that the way it's written, you would be hard pressed to answer a question about, like, you couldn't even put anything on the website, is the way we're reading it, that would sort of outline what the question does, because that could be seen as advocating for or against, depending on how it's worded. It would have to be worded so incredibly carefully to provide protections. That's the concern right now, because who else do folks go to ask a question about a ballot initiative if they can't go to the local unit of government?
Okay.
It's interesting. Of all the current tax proposals that are out there, whether they're in the House or the Senate, what's the likelihood of one of them actually passing at this point? And which one would it be?
I'll answer that.
That is a billion-dollar question, maybe. There are so many thoughts and so many ideas that are out there. It's really hard to tell at the moment. There's a possibility that nothing gets done just because of the number of different ideas that are floating around. So it's too hard to predict right now, Commissioner. I mean, if I was going to make a bet on something like that at the moment, I would say it's probably not going to, and nothing's going to happen, probably. That would be my guess.
I think too.
Well, the thing that caught my attention was the surtax on the sales tax. How was that explained? I mean, that's a double tax.
That's been a non-starter in the House. I know that the Speaker Pro Tem had a proposal that was similar. There is a bill over in the Senate right now that would have some type of a whether you call it a sales tax on service or just a tax on services and products, and eliminate property tax. That's a non-starter in the House, and so there's going to be hearings, I think, held this week.
Yeah,
on that proposal. I mean, maybe it gets through the Senate. I don't even know if it gets through the Senate if they kick it out of committee.
Yeah, anything that starts messing with some of those sales tax exemptions really raises a lot of eyebrows and a lot of engagement from a lot of different individuals and organizations. And as we've seen on the House side with the Speaker Pro Tem's model, there's a lot of folks that don't like that one. The new Senate bill, new-ish Senate bill that was introduced in February, mid-February, I believe. it- it's raising sales tax. There's no other way to say it. It's a sales tax surcharge on, it's a percentage up to a certain dollar amount. And then once you get to a certain dollar amount of a purchase, anything at that level or above, it's a flat surcharge amount. So I think they both have some problems, and it's really a challenge to try to figure out a way to balance, providing the necessary funding to do what citizens demand to be done by their local units or even the state government, and at the same time actually reduce taxes on them.
I think to tack on to what Tom's saying, that is such a major policy change from the current scenario of how property taxes or how locals are funded. I mean, that is a significant change to the way business is done. And I just don't see that happening in a week and a half left of a regular legislative session without one body having the opportunity to likely hear it. I don't think that's something that they would take care of in a conference committee. Having said that, you know how things work over here. Anything's possible. So.
Yeah.
Russell?
I was curious where the governor stands on those tax bills, if she's for any of them or if she would veto any of them.
We haven't seen much from the governor, and on her positions on those proposals. A constitutional amendment, any of those, she doesn't have an opportunity to take action on. But even the bills, she really hasn't said much at this point.
Tom, I noticed that there is quite a lot of legislation kind of targeting, it seems, the county appraisers and their processes. Just wanted to get maybe some indication on whether or not a lot of that legislation plans on just moving through without much discussion. One of them that I seen particularly was, I think it was Senate Bill 319. And that was the one that required single appraisal reports as opposed to the mass appraisal. It seems like it's going through just fine, but I just wanted to get your perspective on maybe their targeting of the appraisal system and what the general feeling is of the legislature on that.
It's kind of interesting that some of those proposals that have to do with appraisals, like 319, then they have the one on utilities that's coming up here. There's some interest in that. It's so late in the process. How is the House side going to take up 319 or anything similar to that?
I was going to say, it passed the Senate committee.
Yeah, it's on general orders, but it
hasn't even passed the Senate. So
yeah,
it would have to pass the Senate before it could get over there. And I haven't seen anything terribly similar in House taxation.
No.
That would do the same thing. So I just think it's going to sit there quietly. I mean, it could be worked on general orders, but I'm not sure what the point would be. There's nothing to really conference on since the House has no position.
And the concern would be if something starts moving that's been sitting on general orders like this has since the middle of February, right? If something moved, if they brought this up, all of a sudden there's probably some kind of deal that's being cooked up. But right now it's hard to, I don't see it moving.
I would agree.
Carla, did you have a question?
Yeah, Senate Bill 404 is the motor vehicle fee bill. I told over the weekend that it might be taken up by the Senate on tomorrow. Can you kind of explain what would happen if it does pass out of the Senate? Would it still have time to get to the house, or would it have to go in conference committee?
It would be difficult to make it through the House if they bring it up for debate this week. Anything that's being debated this week is going to have some challenges to make it through cleanly as that number, right? So it'd probably be something for a conference committee if there's that desire to do something. And I think the House has generally been pretty supportive of making some of those adjustments. But that's how it would have to go. It'd have to probably be a conference committee report just because of the amount. Local government in the House only meets a couple days a week. So if they're a Tuesday, Thursday committee that meets 2 days a week, they have 3 days of meetings left. And what else do they have to do in those 3 days? So it would be very difficult. Not impossible, like Dick was saying. They can do some of those kind of procedural maneuvers to make it work through, but it's still difficult. It wouldn't go through clean, though. It wouldn't stay as 404. It'd be inserted into something else.
In part, or who knows what it would actually look like. And that's the part
Yeah.
where we start paying real close attention to what's going on in those conference committee conversations.
Thank you. So all hope is not lost.
Not quite.
That building is the one place nothing ever dies.
Yeah.
I had a question on another one that came up, somebody just mentioned to us over the weekend in our report. It's House Concurrent Resolution 5034, a Freedom from Taxes Fund that seems to cover a whole lot of stuff with one part of it is set up something to review tax exemptions, which sounds great to me, but then the other one talks about eliminating these taxes and covering by something else that I didn't understand it.
So this is the Speaker Pro Tem's bill, where he sets up a committee of people. I don't remember how many off the top of my head. He would set up a commission or a committee to kind of review different kinds of sales tax or tax exemptions. And then they would eliminate some of those and use those, the savings from that to then apply to buying down the various taxes, whether it's property, the income and privilege taxes are also on the list, if I remember right. It just was in print last week. I went through it quickly. I don't remember all the details. It's got a long ways to go because it's a constitutional amendment.
Yeah.
It'll have to be heard, and it will have to pass with a constitutional majority in both the House and the Senate. I don't think he has the intention of really pushing it through at this point. I think it's more to begin the conversation because he's been talking about it he started late last session, and he's continued to kind of have conversations about what he would like in this kind of proposal. But this would be a multi-year process because, like Dick said, it's such a foundational shift that it takes a lot of time to get through and to get people comfortable and educated and to find where the holes are in the legislation that are problematic so they can be potentially fixed. So I don't see it going anywhere this year because I think it's part of a longer conversation.
Why would it have to be a constitutional amendment to form this committee to review things?
I don't remember. I know he's talked about why.
He had a couple of different proposals, and
Yeah.
I don't remember the rationale behind his thought process on those.
you know, it seems like they should be able to form a committee to start reviewing those things. But like I say, the wording of it probably gets into more detail.
And you know, it's his bill. It's his bill, but he's got a pretty good number of co-sponsors along with it. So I mean, who knows why they signed on other than to say, you know, it's the beginning of a conversation. We need to have the conversation.
Anything else? Any other questions?
No.
I was just counting up. He's got 55 co-sponsors on it. A couple of them are Democrats. You know, everybody wants to be seen as voting or supporting some type of property tax relief on some level, and so they're looking for any opportunity to do just that. And that's even coming out of committees. I mean, I know that many of the committee members are struggling to figure out how to get behind something or just exactly what's moving, and that has not become clear yet.
I don't.
Else? Do you have any other comments, gentlemen? We don't have any other questions for you.
Well, I don't have much more to add, but thanks for the opportunity this morning. And once these folks are out of here, we're happy to come back over and do it in person.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
We'll get it scheduled.
Great, thank you.
Well, thank you. Have a good
Thank-
rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Okay,
I
we
don't
don't have anything else before we adjourn for lunch.
No,
We adjourn after that.
right. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adjourn the March 9th meeting of the Riley County Commission after the county officials luncheon.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the county commission meeting after our county officials luncheon. All in favor?
Aye.
And commissioners, your meeting is live.
Okay, welcome to the county official luncheon for this month. It's good to see everybody. We have full room. That's great. What I thought we'd do when we get ready, we'd start with, I did with start with Brittany, and then we'll do first IEP, and then we'll do, for Francis. And, taking out 15 minutes each. And then, we can have a little time left over for you to discuss that. Okay. So whenever you're ready. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So really, the only thing I'm gonna talk about today is something Commissioner and I have already talked about, a little bit as well as, services that the county is required to provide. But by this, is a state function that we provide for, another way to say it. So I already gave the commissioners a breakdown of everything, from the health department, that Ryan has sent me, district courts, and the treasurer's office. And I guess I'll ask the commissioners if you have any specific questions on any of those.
I'm glad, well, we already have a different things to go through this.
So on this first page, that is all for the health department. Diane did, put the items on here that are, state required, so like immunizations for required to do, the communicable, how do you say that thing, communicable? That is required for the county to provide. Everything else that, if they have listed in here with the county choice, like healthcare licensing, the all hands on deck, which is the drug major children, family planning. Those are things that the county just provides of the health department, and not necessarily required to be so from the state. And she has a whole, this is a really great breakdown of, it's fully funded by the state, for getting and grant funding, how much the county's providing, and then how many staff members she has. So I've given this also to commissioners if you have specific questions for Diane. The next one is district court. If we do not provide, staffing, and we don't pay for the personnel. However, we pay for all 3 Cs, so any of the contractual commodities or capital we take care of. Of course, too, like we take care of county insurance for the building, and stuff like that as well. So that's something, we talk about a lot for our CPD, like we insure that building, but ultimately we do the same for. We might have anything, yeah. And then Shiloh has information specific to the people, but I will let her go over.
So last year we did a lot of work, we talked through our license, which allowed us to, eliminate one position through attrition, that retirement. All I did was I brought back what we talked about last year, the one, service that we provide on behalf of the state that's not statutorily required is that we do commercial and IRP registration services, which are your heavy trucks, both interstate and intrastate. We are one of 10 or one of 9 counties now that do the interstate registrations. I did give you a spreadsheet that showed what we brought in for revenue for 2025. It was just under $60,000. If the commissioners decided that they no longer wanted to, we are able to do the service with the staff that we have on hand. The heaviest part of this work comes in January, February, where we're typically slower anyway. So this does supplement the workload for the staff. If we chose to stop doing IRP, which is the insured state, we would most likely lose some Riley County customers that are IRP county or customers, because they would probably go to a county that can handle both IRP and commercial. So we would lose that revenue. We would still get their IRP fees because that does come to the county, that the vehicle in the garage. But I just did an analysis, and if we only did Riley County customers, we would see a loss of revenue of about $42,000. Once again, the only way to offset that revenue to make it beneficial to the county would be then to look at everything to cut staff, because otherwise cutting revenue doesn't do anything unless you cut costs that go along with it. I have, which going piggybacking onto that, yes, we were able to handle this commercial season very well. My staff, I'm getting more staff trained, and I have more staff that is becoming more efficient in doing the work. I have been in talks with the state, just because there's some possibilities of sending a few more RFP counties or customers our way. Possibly the red that if they, they wouldn't have to be in office, we would process things over, and just have to mail them out, then we do get a fee for doing out. I think if I can find ways to utilize the stuff that we have and increase those revenues a little bit more, that would make it beneficial for the county. I did also in our work last year, we started charging the facility fee in January. And through the end of February, we've seen additional revenues of just over $70,000 just for January and February, and that's not our busiest time of year with renewals. So that is we are seeing revenue increases because of that. I also, I think I've talked about it, that our motor vehicle fee bill is, so this supposed to be heard tomorrow. If that passes and we get it passed through the whole process, that actually goes into effect July 1. So you could possibly see an increase in revenues if we decided to change that county service fee mid-year. You could see it. Now that would just be carryover for next year, but it's still would be an increase in revenue on the yearly ticket price.
Any questions on that?
So on the heavy trucks, is that just commercial trucks? Does that include farm trucks? That farm?
If it's a farm truck that's not commercial, we can only do Riley County, because those are still contractual, have to be done within the counties. These are just commercial trucks.
So with that information, of course, you don't have to make any decisions today, but take your time to review it, and if you, as we work through the budget again this year, if there's anything you want us to look at, changing, let us know, so we can start looking on it. If you have good thoughts or concerns, we can start, maybe hammering out now. We would love to work on that.
I will just say one more thing on emerging as well, is if I think there's why we're trying to get our bill passed, is because the county does subsidize motor vehicle by about, this last year was about $350,000. So, that's another area where some counties are taking serious looks at whether they want to keep subsidizing motor vehicle on behalf of the state. That's what I just wanted to make sure you have that number for, just for your reference point. It's about 350.
We're going to this as far as our find some things are looking as far as premiums.
No, we haven't had our annual meeting yet. We just submitted all of our applications for the last week. So that will is April 1. And then, so within the next few weeks, we'll set up a meeting, and they'll be able to give us the breakdown of what was done for this year.
Either for
David was gonna bring.
Sure. So, we have heard that auto is kind of starting to slow down, so hopefully we're not seeing another 30% increase later. Workman's comp, we're working through, some things with that, trying to make sure everything's being charged out here. We've had some bad hiccups the past few years with Russell's, so I mean, he knows, he's been great with us. But property insurance kind of varies. The big one, that we've seen an increase in is the wind hail deductible. Used to be just a percentage and it is not that anymore. So that is one that we saw, pretty significant, like $100,000 price difference in. So, yeah. Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, so, Corey?
I'll start with the kind of present out some numbers and budget. There are areas that I'll bring up and point out where, you keep in mind, when departments receive grants and you get grant funding, and then that's for an employee that you're gonna hire, or staff that you're gonna have, well, that costs us equipment, licensing and those things as well, that we don't get any, receive anything for out of our budget. So, all of those grant funded employees or all of the interns that we bring on that, hey, here's an intern, it doesn't cost anything, it does cost us something. Every employee of the county and licensing and use of computer costs us about $2,500. Out of our budget, so forth. And so, that's one we're that's saying, yeah, your Microsoft licensing, you gotta have to, for your antivirus coverage, licensing, you have to have for access to servers, UO licensing, all of those things that are all based on a per user. And when you add all of those up, we do those you $2,500 a year per. So those are things and areas that, out there. The other cost savings that we could be looking at is that we need to be reducing the number of devices that we have, especially in those areas where you have multiple devices. Some places 3 devices. All of those cost license. We got a desktop and a laptop, and a pay for both of them. Those cost licensing. Each one of those has a separate license that we have to have. They're accessing the network. We reduce those down, we reduce the number. If you have an iPad and you think on that, well, an iPad is on the network, you have to have a license second for that. So that if it's lost, total living, track it, taps, those cost license. And so when you get out there and then it's singular or dual, or you got a third, or whatever those are, those need to be reduced down. We need to bring them down. It also will help with the amount of traffic that's out on the network. And then we don't have to look into things like, faster internet speed and doing some of those things. Other area of reduction would be evaluating the number of printers you have in your department. Printers are one of the most costly things, eventually the materials in their supplies. Maybe you're reducing the number of printers, if we can get it down to where we're using the same printer in a lot of locations, then we can do better on ordering supplies and so forth.
On printers, specifically, in fact, we don't use ours maybe as much as it was previously in the past. And it's a pretty good printer. I mean, I've made with your people's offerings on printers, because I feel like we're a little overkill on what we have.
So the evaluation you're talking about is Xerox, one of those big ones in India. We were looking on based on the number of prints, so it'll store in there 5 years worth of history, and we'll know the number of prints that were done. And we can reduce that down to a smaller machine that's either on that lead or that purchase. And then we get into where we probably have less costs and supplies for it. Sometimes there's a balance, so sometimes you look at it, when we evaluate the toner costs and so forth, well, these toner costs are a lot more, so
you really could say with this higher performing faster printing because, but we evaluate all of those things. When we work with our Xerox vendors, our HP vendors and so forth, a lot of that is based around your print volume that you do. But certainly they bring those things up to us, that way we don't just sit there and continue with an existing product, especially if those that are under a lease, and we can go change that out early and we can reduce that lease cost that we're paying on a monthly and yearly basis. We could, have some of those. The other part in regards to budget is that I've had 6 vendors now email and say, you will expect higher costs on hardware this year and like years as well. Anything that's got gold in it, the price will be going up. There, and we've seen reflection of that already. So we expect that we'll see some increases as we go through on purchases. We'll do things as we've done in the past, in that we may not replace as many desktops or monitors in a year. We'll stretch that out longer, so we try to keep our budget down. But those are information that I'm already getting from many of our vendors in those areas. In regards to security, we don't have any major thoughts or processes for what we're going to do in regards to security this year. We've made several changes over the past few years, Duo being the most recent. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have it's called a pen test done, security test, and we'll now have a third party that will evaluate our posture as far as security goes. If the one with the state doesn't come through, we're going to do one of our own, so that we know where we're at, use that as the direction we go to. It also ties directly with our cybersecurity insurance. To maintain a good cybersecurity insurance, I don't want to say level or coverage, we do have to meet a certain set of check marks on a very lengthy application process that we go through. And so we've gotten there. And report to us when when we came in was that we had a very, very high rating, and that we were doing very well. We got very good coverage in what we have, but in that as we we hope that we have put up enough irritation and confusion for those who want to package whatever. That's kind of the goal. There's never difficult, but if they have enough layers, they give up and we go to the targets. There are a lot of outside agencies and organizations that are currently easy targets. If you've ever gotten one of the blocked, you need to release email and you've seen, we list everybody on there, and we put a date on there, and that's there. And that block date is when we had some bad activity take place, and we put them on there, and that list is getting. And it's unfortunate for us, and I know that it slows down business. I know that you're requesting more emails to be released, but all 5 of my staff have it. Email the help desk and ask. We review it, we look at it, we can tell it's an ongoing conversation. What we see, we might ask questions on expecting this. Many of you have seen that, but it's our checks and balances to go through, so we don't have one mistake we make for days and weeks and months with issues.
Do those on that list, do they expire after so many years, or is it probably up there until?
Now, that's the reason why we put the date on there, is that we also go out on our department calendar, and we go out and put a 30-day reminder. We want to put them there, and then in 30 days, we'll review their send history to us and look and see if we've had any other bad activity being sent. Depending on what the situation was, we'll also have notes to contact them and ask what their remediation steps were, so that they didn't have any problems again. And then if everything checks out, we'll remove them from that, and they'll come through without any quarantine or block happening. If it is severe enough, then we'll make the choice to put them on maybe a 60-day review as well. We've had multiple repeat offenders, and when they become a repeat offender, we put them on a 90-day. And then we continue to check within every 30 days, status, what have you done, what have you changed, what vendor have you worked, who have you called in, you know, because this has happened multiple times. And I apologize for the inconvenience it is, but I apologize for security and keeping us safe internally, that we continue to function and business, you know, go on, so. A little bit of delay of a few minutes in releasing an email is much better than, you know, what could transpire, something that happens, so, I understand it, but I'll hold to it on to protect everybody. So. Yeah, no, that's all I have to share. If there's anything that anybody wants to bring, you know, we're willing to help. So, now the fun stuff. Sorry.
Two more things that have been kind of a broken record about. One is the potential for staff training for security best practices, if that ever becomes an option, I think we can benefit. And then if you want to talk about ADA compliance to this group at all, or have we covered everything?
Thank you for that. I shared it in my staff meeting as well. We're playing out here. But thank you. Yeah.
Can I just add one piece? Or so you talked about better security insurance, which I know is kind of related to your insurance question. Our premium for that is very low, considering how much we have to cover and the coverage that we have. There are communities and other entities out there that have, you know, more employees than we do, or even less, you know, smaller companies, and their premiums at least double ours because they are not putting in measures that our IT department has put in. And so I think that just really says a lot about how well we're doing. So thank you, Corey. So I know those little things are annoying, but it really ties into everything that we do on it today.
Any other questions? Or
So I included, I handed out, just some of the slides included in my staff update, this last week. Really just kind of going over the overall valuation, preliminary values, like that's from Riley County. We are in our informal time period, which is why these are all noted as preliminary. The Riley County average sale price history is quite the telling chart. You can really just see the difference. It goes all the way back to 1986 to now. You can just see that difference in the average sale price of a home in Riley County from then to now. And the next page is the Riley County 2026 preliminary total appraised value summary. And this chart is very different than the chart that's later on, just because it's the appraised value. 51% of the appraised value is residential, 30.5% exempt, and 7.46 or 7.5% is commercial. And then you do have your not-for-profit, vacant, ag, and farm sites as well that make up a percentage of that total appraised. Overall increase in appraised value is 3.35%. That's the increase in appraised value for Riley County. Again, preliminary, roughly 25,121 parcels here in Riley County. That includes your vacants, your residential, your commercial, ag, all of them. On the preliminary assessed value change, over 2025, residential, the assessed value is up 6.15%. This does include new construction value. So again, when you look at that 6.15, that includes all of the new dwellings, new condos, things like that. Farm sites up just over 2, ag down again this year. Commercial and vacant are both up. That not-for-profit looks major, but there's not that many not-for-profit properties. So if it goes from not-for-profit to exempt or not-for-profit to commercial, you're gonna see that major change. Then the preliminary 2026 assessed valuation summary. This makes that picture even bigger. When 5.94% is a total increase in assessed value, 71% of that is being carried by residential properties. So 71% of that assessed value is made up by residential property owners, which is why we consistently hear over and over, you're taxing me out of my home, you're taxing me out of my home. The funding it takes to cover the budgets for the city, the county, the school, RCPD, all of that is being carried predominantly by the residential property owners. You have commercial at 22.7%, so 23%. The farms are 3.2, and ag is, again, 2.19. It's really proportionate too, just to the amount of residential property you have in relation to commercial, in relation to farm. But 72% of that appraised, of that tax burden is being carried by the residential property owners. And so just because the assessed value went up 5.94% doesn't mean that the taxes are gonna go up the same amount. It comes down to the different tax authorities and what they do with it in that case. And so ultimately, again, reducing the mill levy would help ease that burden, and we'll see that in their tax bills. And this does include the construction, and so, again, of that total assessed value increase, that's a lot of that is in construction. On that next page is the 26 change summary. I like to put it out there to see on the middle. Okay, on the middle, where are the values going? And so like on the residential side of things, 75% of the property in Riley County is seeing 8.5% or less increase. On 50%, 5% or less. Now, this chart does not include new construction. So we filter out all of the 2025 year bill, all of the new construction is kind of taken out of that. There's a major change because of remodels and things like that. Those are excluded from that. So this is just all of the other residential properties, 5% on the middle, 75% are going up 8% or less, 25% are going up 1.46% or less. So there's a good portion that's seeing minimal change, but there is another portion that is seeing some increases this year. And this last page, this was kind of a slightly modified version from prior presentations. The property tax formula, you know, the expenses less the revenues results in the property tax dollars needed to cover those expenses. Divided by the assessed value of the property, we'll get to that tax rate of that mill levy. So again, your residential is 11.5%, your commercial 25%. That's the assessment rate. And so on the right side of that page is really a good example of a Manhattan home in 2025 at $300,000, not including special assessments, just ad valorem tax, would have been looking at about $5,285 in taxes. Well, a $300,000 commercial property in Manhattan would have been looking at $11,491. And so that assessment rate matters. If it's residential, 11.5, commercial 25, vacant's 12, not-for-profits 12. And so there are some not-for-profit that's not like a house. So if it's a not-for-profit 501c3 and they provide the documents instead of 25% commercial, they get a 12% assessment rate. So about less than half. That's a pretty significant rate. The other big thing for Riley County is just that exemption. When 40% or more is exempt from tax, that burden is just constantly being carried by the taxpayers. Residential, commercial, personal property, all of it is carrying that burden. And so that's why I'm very vocal as it pertains to the exemption statutes and kind of the need for that to be readdressed. So getting exemption applications that come in, sometimes it's frustrating, if it's unclear, I'm gonna request a hearing, go for the board, explain why I think it's questionable. We win or we lose, but I'll do the best I can just to put the facts out there. The loose written statutes is unfortunately what results in so much more exemption than probably should be. IRBs are another one, as IRBs are granted, that's off the books for 10 years. You know, Edge District had that big building on in the Edge District, that's a 10-year. We just received another application this last week for a $900,000 residential IRB, and there was another one coming through on that. So the more of that happens, again, the more of the tax burden that's getting carried by the taxpayers. These numbers are preliminary because again, we're in informal appeals. Once we get through the informal appeals season, we will certify to the clerk by June 1st statutorily. If we try to certify early, So everybody knows kind of what it looks like. Again, we certify, but then if we get an appeal that goes to small claims or an exemption decision, those numbers can change throughout the year. Payment on protests, it could change. And so, we do the best we can for that. Any questions?
Yeah, and you said, you had a $500,000 property, doing an IRB.
A $900,000. Yeah.
Is that like one house?
No, it's a multi-unit. It's a multi-unit. The city issued IRBs for a multi-unit property, downtown. And yes, there were IRBs issued. If the city issued IRBs, that's their statutory authority, and therefore it is automatically exempt. They have to recertify it every year. But yes.
Yeah, I was just, industrial. That seems like that's what it's really industrial.
Yeah.
So I don't, I don't know how to get away with it.
It's statutory. It's written in statute, so they can do it.
City's got a tomorrow housing discussion, large housing discussion about their policies and IRBs included. I'd be interested to see what comes out of that.
I think there's disagreements on how IRBs are supposed to be used, and I think that's a smart decision to look at that. With the intended use for the IRBs versus how they're issuing the IRBs. It's kind of surprising to see IRBs for $900,000 development. I mean, there's other developments going up that cost that and more. And they're not getting the same IRBs issued to them. So it's kind of open. I think it can open a can of worms. But yes, it'll be interesting to see if they change their policies on how they issue those.
And speaking of that, I know you had a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce a little while ago. How about that go?
The meeting was actually really good. The last time I met with them was in 22. Some of this was available, some of it wasn't. It was really just to kind of educate them on what we do in the appraiser's office, what our job is, our responsibility. When we re-inspect, because that was one of the big questions. Okay, well, how often do you re-inspect property? And so it was, seemed to be well received. It was a bunch of small business owners and it was pretty much opened up to anybody that receives emails from the Chamber of Commerce, but overall, they all seemed to really enjoy it. It was really good dialogue, with, his name's Jason, if that sounds right. Yeah, Jason Smith, yeah, it was really good dialogue. He had some good questions and provided additional, just kind of piggyback back and forth conversation. Sharing that commercial piece was really helpful to them. And just kind of the exemptions, that was another big one. There was the city commissioner was there and had some specific exemption related questions for a certain type of property. But again, just exemptions themselves. There are some pilot programs out there, payment in lieu of tax, so like on the IRBs, instead of a 10-year exemption, complete exemption, they could do a payment in lieu of tax. That is an option, but they don't want any of them. And so, that came up a little bit on the exemptions, charging something versus 100% exemption. That was another thing that we kind of talked about is you really just need to look at that statute. The 501Cs need to be more clearly defined and who determines that it's a need for the community. That's kind of a very gray area right now. A lot of challenges. This 501c3 already has preferential assessment rate. They have IRS 501c3 designation and they provide us that. They would get that 12% assessment rate, but that's not enough. Now we're getting 100% exemption instead of the preferential assessment rate, which is a result, lower tax bill. And so we need the exemption, we need K-State, we need Fort Riley, and it wouldn't be Manhattan, we didn't have those things, but then you add all of the other things and all the other exemptions and loss in the tax dollars that could be generated at some level. I mean, does it have to be 100%? No. Does it have to be the same assessment rate? Maybe not. Could they come up with another solution? Probably. Instead of 40% of the appraised value, rather than being completely and totally tax based on.
And who decided if the 501c3, who decides whether they get the 12% not-for-profit rate or just, is that voted? Is that?
So the 12%, if they provide the 501c3 documents, I would put it on at the 12% assessment rate. Now, it's the exemption itself, if they want 100% exemption, I have to review it. And I have to look at what does the statute say about the exemption? Do they have all of the documentations to support the exemption? Does it appear to meet the qualification for exemption? And I have to either recommend exemption or recommend denial or defer to the board. And then the board ultimately would make the final decision. And so in some cases, when it's muddy, I will defer respectfully to the Board of Tax Appeals and tell them why. So there's been a few of them that I have challenged, and unfortunately, some I've lost and some I've gone on the tax roll, which it's not necessarily a win, it's just what's right. You know, if it's not operating for the intended exempt use, it shouldn't be exempt from taxation. And so that's the responsibility that I have too, is the discovery of businesses that are exempt, that are operating outside of their exemption. I have the responsibility to put those back on the tax roll. And so it's a challenge, but really some of it, especially that 501c is so muddy written, it makes it very difficult. There's one right now that's gonna I'm gonna ask for a hearing and take our representation with us, because could it set precedents for other problems down the road? Yeah, unfortunately. And so, the other problem is some of the exemptions intended like for hospitals. That's the other one, you know, we have some situations where the hospital might be in Topeka, but they own a building here that they're doing some other things out of. Well, because it falls under the hospital, well, that building is exempt. It's not a hospital, but because the hospital owns it, ownership and use, and so it's exempt. And so it's like, it's a really muddy and really gray area, and sometimes there's some things that just make you want to scream, I'll be honest, because it's like, look at all of that, the money they're collecting on this. It's what they charge for people to live in some of these situations and getting a 100% tax exemption. I understand there's a need, but should it be 100% exempt? I don't. I think that's a concern, and it should be for the public who's carrying the weight of it.
Anything else? Or Hannah? Any presenters? I'd like to, we have a few minutes, if anybody wants to talk about their department or what's going on in their area, feel free to do so. You know, if you want to go around the table or talk.
Back towards the side of the, we experienced some side, obviously. Years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago, that was, I thankfully it was an isolated part of our system. And part of that is that he was involved, it was put in prior to me. And IT came in, got locked down, and first year we spent, after that, we spent $50,000 on area monitoring protection. And since then, we spent in my need, but side of the security right now, I think we spent it back. So we cut that off. That was what Paul and Corey's group did, and it was there. And it was a bad experience, but a good experience. But you say them together right now. It could have been a whole lot worse. Yeah. I'll put it that way. Yes. Yeah.
Anybody else? Anything for discussion?
And the other thing I'd just like to comment is jurisdictions that are looking for specific figures. These are all preliminary. A lot of times you start getting phone calls or emails from like RCPD wanting to know the numbers. And I let them know that those numbers are not available. So if people are reaching out asking for figures, It will be available once we've certified to the clerk and they become available. It's budget season, so some of the entities are like, okay, well, what are the figures? What are the figures? Well, you'll get them once the clerk is the certified version. Every year, without fail, it happens, we get those emails, when they wanna know the dollars they have to work with, which is.
I do have a follow-up question for you. In a graph that describes the breakdown of the tax burden, like this 70-some% residential, how does that compare to other Kansas communities, or do you know that?
I know that we have the highest exemption, like as far as exemption, percent exempt. 40% of our appraised is exempt. That is the highest in state, the last time we checked into it. I think that there was, in Leavenworth, they had a federal building that was going in, and it was possible that if they got that, they could potentially beat us in the number, but if we consider how much of the port's not even data collected, and the value of that, I don't think there's gonna be another jurisdiction in the state that can beat that number.
Even commercial compared to residential.
I can't speak to commercial versus residential. I can definitely say in your large jurisdictions like Sedgwick County, Kansas City, that kind of thing, the commercials carrying a pretty big portion. And so sometimes you can see that, like even in a small community, like in Cowley County, they have a lot of rural, and so very little commercial. So if you don't have as much commercial, again, the residential is carrying the burden. And so it just depends on kind of proportionately, what do you have? Bigger cities don't have as much, they still have smaller mill levies because that burden is distributed in a lot more commercial. And then a lot more residential versus, 25,000 parcel. A lot of that's residential. That's what I've heard.
I have a question for commissioners. Do you have any guidance as we go into budget season? What we as a department heads, where you would like to see the number at? I know that you want for things like, okay, you can wait on the wish list, and I get that, but I mean, do we have an idea what might be comfortable with? 1% higher than last year, 3% higher than 2%?
I think that would make sense, the state some no properties at. There's a bill out there that caps it at 3%. I think when you try to do two budgets at once, the budget that you want, a 3% budget, but we won't know yet for a while. That's one of those that's working itself through the chamber, and he's gonna get attached to something somewhere. Like how do they do?
My question is just inflation being what it is, even if we don't have more gravel material of the works right by we're coming in. I mean, the reality is inflation is 3 or 4%, and it's just right there, even before I asked for an extra, I'm already 3%. And so I wonder if that comes through, then I would assume there'll need to be some discussion on where do we want to start reducing, but I guess we'll probably cross that bridge. Just trying to keep it at our office, what we might look at. Well, we don't need that anymore.
Already knows about having all the numbers and about understanding what I guess other bodies want to see us do.
Well, in some departments, I mean, I hear Corey start talking about all the software and I said, that stuff, I'm great at it, but I don't know how familiar with Corey's can be. 3%, I mean, I just.
You just have to be conservative as you can.
Sure. That's fair enough, that's the guy's thing.
And last year, you guys, many of you have heard me say this, last year we were right at around 3%, for the total increase. So if that bill does get passed, which, we stress a lot about, is it going to be passed, is it not, you don't know. There's also a time when tax lid existed for our, it was very similar. And so we can manage all of these things. I've also worked with tax lids, so like we can manage these things without doing two budgets. We can do it with one and we can work through the process. It's very similar to how we had every other year.
My concern as a department head, what I want to avoid, I heard Rich say this a lot is, they already say that I'm concerned about keeping my budget flat for 3, 4, 5 years, then 5 years down the road, I'm gonna be asked for a 12%. So that's just my concern. I can sustain flatness
for a while, but eventually inflation and costs are just gonna catch up.
Well, in your department in public works is a really good example of where we're seeing those tariff units too. So I, I was reviewing BP a while ago and I was like, man, I wish I was keeping a chart of like how much we were paying just at that loan so that we can see the budgetary impact. So just, that is something that you guys are, I'm sure other departments are as well, but when I specifically feel happy to you guys, and I've seen it on these public works. So that is an area that has additional costs that we were not prepared for at the moment.
We're very commodity driven, and the businesses we do business with, they will look for any excuse. It was the war in Ukraine, then it was tariffs, then it was COVID, then it was, just any excuse, it's so hard to predict, and it changes overnight. It's not like a year out, they let me know overnight, actually, this is even diesel.
Gas.
Gas. Right.
This is about budget. I just have a question. I was watching the meeting this morning and I saw that the commissioners made an announcement this morning or have made a decision about some part of the reorganization. I was just wondering if you would maybe elaborate a little bit about what that timeline looks like now that you're working on resolution. You're trying to do over here.
Yeah, we're gonna have a resolution before the commission next week.
Hopefully, there's like the moving parts we're gonna have to work on, so as far as timeline getting a resolution, you guys that, we'll work on it, I'll work on it, we can joke of course with department heads, so that it's done right, but it might take a little bit of time.
So what's the intent of the resolution? Specifically, what's the intent of the resolution? The timeline?
The resolution is moving HR from the press department to the counselor's office or Department of Administrative Services. And I'm supposed to work on a resolution affecting that, as soon as practical.
Because it also will affect their budget, because it's all budgeted at the clerk's office,
That's why I asked about timeline when it's gonna be done.
it needs, well, we talked about it, the timing of it has to be done basically on a pay list, relate to me, I think, and Brittany would know more, to me, it always has to be sequenced around the payroll dates to make it semi easier, it's not gonna be easy, but to figure out how that moves.
Then you're gonna work with the clerk's office on that?
Yeah.
So I didn't see that in the resolution motion.
I mean, I don't know if it was specifically for you, but I'll be sure to work with everybody. It's not a list.
Vivian, talk about what we
So I proposed individually to commissioners that we get in front of the messaging. The Mercury's already covered stories about reorganization and developing the county administrative position. And I would like to make sure that we are putting out information ourselves, both to the public and to staff. So moving forward, I would like to have regular updates that I will send to department heads and put on the website. But if there's no decisions made, at least we're saying this is the direction we're going. Things aren't finalized yet, but this is what's going on as part of that process. And I think that's very important to help people understand the changes, prepare for them. So I'd like to start rolling out some more regular communication.
Yeah, we talked about, the information about the department, you have it, the staff members, so. That's. Have that.
Do you guys have preferences about frequency or any feedback about how you'd like to receive information about updates? Something that works better for you?
I don't always have time to watch every commission meeting or be at every commission meeting, so I missed something from today's commission meeting. So I guess it's nice to know that, hey, there's gonna be decisions about the reorganization, this is what came of it. Because I'm sure that there may have been a staff member that might have seen it, and I'm here sitting clueless
on that, and I just think as leaders within the organization to know. Maybe it wasn't on the agenda items, but I know from seeing.
You just said, some of it you can do, some of this you can't do.
Okay.
So we try to do the best that we can with that, and we'll continue to do that, but it won't be perfect.
Well, sure, no, and I'm not saying it should be, I just don't, I don't know what's going on when my staff come to me and ask me about it. Then I'm trying to play catch up, and so if that comes out of the commission meeting that wasn't on an agenda item, is it not something that could be sent out, hey, this was. Something that came up in a public meeting that.
So it's frequent as the changes are happening.
Yeah.
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 Yes, down through the email, as as frequently as I can, and weekly, make more than weekly if things are happening faster than that.
And on that note too, I can always contact your project, when that comes up, I can do a little recap. With that, if something else about it, so.
Well, it was going, is that like staff parties on happens today, and so there are staff that have concerns, questions, are feeling very uneasy, and so it's hard, like when we. I mean, I know there's a lot of things that you can't tell us, and I understand that, and you make the decision, and then we have to kind of do the best play catch up afterwards, and you know, go tell our staff, okay, everything's gonna be okay, you know, it's all gonna work out, this is, you know, and
Which is what we keep doing, yeah, over and over, it's just kind of like, happens kind of over and over, it just creates uneasiness within. Within our just organization, and I think the more that we can. Understand ahead of time, as department heads, it just puts us in a better position to put them at ease, and so.
I think the timeline would be helpful, as to what's next, and what we doing next and such. But,
Well, the point is, a lot of decisions are being made quickly, and, I mean, I for one, and those two positions are in my office, and they haven't been discussed with me in detail, and things, we can use excuses that they can't be discussed openly, but a lot of them can as well. That's the fact.
Well, you also the report from outside council made those.
Just working with the elected official with those two positions are under elected official. And if you claim any of it's in. I encourage everyone to watch that.
Last week, severe weather, last week, very severe weather.
is there investigating?
They are not changed. Tomorrow's about both. I haven't seen anything come out, extra. It's gonna be here, but I was gonna be.
I saw something in the weather service last night.
They haven't sent out.
Okay.
Their lookout, you know.
Well, you guys know, that might be this, and I think the hail, it might be tornado,
On all the weather and all that. Yeah, I got these out there. Then we'll be in work season, so before you know it, it'll be smoky. Strong story. You know.
Thanks. Since you talked about communication, if you have things off your department, I'm trying to do a better job about reaching out to you, getting those information that's being reached. And then one of the kind of storm water blast, kind of in March, trying to push out information, so I want to make sure that I'm available to you. That helps take the information back to the public. March 24th. If it makes 7 to 8:30 after the call.
Open to the thought.
And it's a good one, it's a good thought. Thank you.
Yeah, and the sandwich is left, so some of you take some sandwich policy, back to your department. Feel free to do so. All right. Anything.
Yeah.